Like to welcome our exhibitors for our Junior Angus show. We have in the ring now class number 1. This is, again, our 2026 National Western Stock Show's Junior Angus show. We have 2 entries that make up class number 1. 1123 comes from Callie Flood of Oakdale, California. And we have entry 1124 coming from Emmeline Adele Voss of Brunning, Nebraska. Those are your 2 entries that make up class number 1 within your Junior Angus show. We'd now like to welcome our Shorthorn exhibitors. Moving about in the ring will be class number 1. These are early spring bull calves. This is actually going to be all of our classes of our bulls, because there was single entries in each of the classes, and each class was its own division. So all these entries in this class right now are your division winners, which will be competing for your Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Shorthorn bulls. So from your first class and your first division of Spring Bull Calf Champion, that is going to be 5472 from Cargo Stock Farm of Catherine, North Dakota. From Class 4 and your Junior Bull Calf Champion, that is going to be 5473 from Jennifer Ruby of Howells, Nebraska. Coming from Class number 7 and your Junior Champion Bull, that is entry 5474 from Curtis Genetics of Madrid, Nebraska. So once again, these are your division winners in your Shorthorn Plus Bull Show for your judge to select your Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champions. The results over in your Junior Angus show. Second place from class number 1 is 1124 from Emmeline Adele Voss of Brunning, Nebraska. Your class winner was 1123 from Callie Flood of Oakdale, California. Now moving in the ring is going to be class number 2 within your Junior Angus show. We have entries 1128 coming from Louisa Peyton Scott of Gordon, Nebraska, and Harper Scott, also of Gordon, Nebraska. 1129 comes from Timber Billman of Blackfoot, Idaho. 1130 from Jack Gillette of Roy, Montana. 1133 from Ellie Atkinson of Stockton, Kansas. And 1134 from Bryson Lee Upchurch of Linville, Alabama. Those are your entries that make up Class 2.
Well, good morning from over here on the Shorthorn side, and just like to start off by saying thank you, and what a humbling experience. I feel very blessed, very privileged, and very humbled to be asked to give you my opinion today of your Shorthorn genetics, and what a tremendous facility that we have the opportunity to work in here today. And so thank you to those folks for their vision and foresight on putting this stock show together with the rich history that it has. I was telling Chris Cassidy earlier when we were talking, and I'm very appreciative of being able to work alongside of him in the other ring. I respect Chris quite a bit. But I get thrown in the fire here for our champion Shorthorn Plus bull, and so I don't really get the chance to work out the bugs, if you will, by getting some classes. But we've got 3 division winners in here, and certainly you can see the age difference that we have here in front of us. So I'll do my best to describe what I'm seeing to you as the day goes by, and give you kind of insight on my thoughts. But the young man brings out a nice calf here that's very, very attractive. We walked him again. He was a little rambunctious when he came in the ring to begin with. But I think they've settled down, and we'll get to see how they can move and motor around the ring. And this calf does a good job of that once he got settled down. But if you look at this calf, he's very, very complete, very eye appealing. I love the balance and the body that this particular bull calf brings to us. Just a nice individual there. You get behind him, you're certainly not disappointed in terms of the amount of muscle and shape that he does have from front to rear and top to bottom. Our next division winner here, here's a calf that has some length of spine, some look to him, maybe a little coarser in his bone work, but you put him on paper, he's certainly maybe the best in terms of his calving. He's direct, and you would see that in that particular bull, but a nice individual, just maybe a little coarser than the bulls on either side of him. Our older bull that comes out of the junior division, here's a real nice one. You get him on the profile. Really love the extension and the length that he shows through the front 1/3 of his body. You get behind him, he's massive and bold in his rib shape. He's massive and bold in his bone work and his skeletal width. He gets out and moves really comfortably for me. I think he's a very, very nice, complete bull. So I'm not going to belabor the point. The bulls on either side are in contention for our champion plus bull. Today I'm going to use the older bull to be your plus champion bull. Let's give him a round of applause. And our bull out of the first division will be our reserve champion. Thanks again.
Your Grand Champion Shorthorn Plus bull comes from your Junior Champion Bull division. That is 5474, coming from Curtis Genetics of Madrid, Nebraska. The Reserve Grand Champion Shorthorn Plus bull comes out of class number 1, your Spring Bull Calf Champion. That is 5472 from Cargo Stock Farm of Catherine, North Dakota. We will be pausing for a picture break real quick with our Shorthorn Plus Bull Show. And once that is concluded, about 10-15 minutes, we'll get started with our Shorthorn Plus females, starting up with our late spring heifer calves of class number 1. Results coming in for class number 2 of your Junior Angus show. 5th place, 1134 from Bryson Lee Upchurch of Linville, Alabama. 4th place was 1129 from Timber Billman of Blackfoot, Idaho. 3rd place was 1130 from Jack Gillette of Roy, Montana. 2nd place was 1133 from Ellie Atkinson of Stockton, Kansas. And your class winner was 1128 from Louisa Peyton Scott and Harper Scott of Gordon, Nebraska. At this time, within your Junior Angus show, we will now bring back our class winners from classes 1 and 2, and our judge will now select your champion and reserve champion summer heifer calves. Your champion summer heifer calf comes out of class 2. That is from Lisa Payton and Harper C. Scott of Gordon, Nebraska. Your reserve champion summer heifer calf comes out of class number 1. That is 1123, coming from Cali Flood of Oakdale, California. We welcome back our exhibitors over in our Shorthorn Plus female show. We now have in the ring our late spring heifer calves, class number 1. We have entries 5479 coming from Samuel Parker of Ardmore, Oklahoma. 5480 comes from Laurel Moore of Sutton, Nebraska. And 5481 comes from Adeline Vaughn of Maxwell, Iowa. Those are your entries that make up class number 1. Class number 1 is the only class in the division, so first and second within this class will become your champion and reserve champion spring heifers. Over in your Western Junior Angus show ring, we have now class number 3. Class 3 consists of entries 1139 from Brenna Leanne Bartlow of Monticello, Illinois. 1140 comes from Hayden Hoffman of Thetford, Nebraska. 1141 from Lane Toledo. 1144 from Chloe Billman. 1146 comes from McKinley Reese Stoller. 1148 comes from Avery Elizabeth Kimball. 1149 comes from Gracie Hodges. 1150 from Louisa Ann Harper Scott. 1152 from Madison Fisher. 1153 from Chesney Steenhook. And 1158 comes from Kimberly Gray. Those are your entries that make up class number 3.
Over here in our Shorthorn side, to get started with our plus females, we've got a nice trio of females to come in here to start the show. And I think there's some give and take and some differences in these 3 particular females. And I'll just tell you what I see. I think the decision to win this class and this division ultimately in these Mays comes down to the 2 heifers up here in first and second. They'll be champion in reserve. But I think that if we look at the solid black heifer here that wins the class ultimately, I really appreciate the length that she has. I love that one's silhouette. When the young man gets her set up like he has now and her head up, she's really long and angular up through the front 1/3 of her body. I think she has a slight advantage in terms of her angle shoulder and her chest floor, the appearance of the condition in her chest floor as we compare to that young lady's black and white heifer here in second. Really think this one is ultra designed in terms of her skeleton. She gets out and she moves very, very free and easy for me. I think she has the advantage in terms of being a leaner heifer at this particular stage of her life. These are May heifer calves, and I really like the condition that she comes to me in. The young lady's black and the white heifer, I'll be the first to admit, you know, if you're looking for one that's got a lot of depth and rib and power, this is your heifer. But I think for me today, she just comes to me maybe with a little bit more condition on her at this particular part of her life that's concerning to me. She's a little thicker in her front 1/3 in terms of her neck. You get behind her, she does have a lot of width, and and balance about her. But there again, I'm a little bit concerned the condition that your heifer's in, young lady, as far as the May heifer calf. And I just like the overall style and balance and the silhouette and the eye appeal of the heifer that wins. The young lady's heifer in third, a nice heifer and going to make a really nice cow for this young lady. She does a tremendous job working with this particular heifer. I don't think she goes quite as well when you put her in motion. Certainly doesn't have the eye appeal or maybe some of the wow and pizzazz factor that we find in the two heifers right above her, but a nice trio of heifers, nice division.
Results for class number 1 of your late spring heifer calves in your Shorthorn Plus female show. Third place, 5481 from Adeline Vaughn. Second place, and your reserve champion late spring heifer calf was 5480 from Laurel Moore. And your class winner and your champion late spring heifer calf was 5479 from Samuel Parker. Now making their way into the ring will be class number 4 in the program. These will be early spring heifer calves. This class has entries that include 5482 from Kinsley White of Springfield, Nebraska. 5484 comes from Brixton Dankliff of Unadilla, Nebraska. 5485 from Aaliyah Beach of Palmyra, Nebraska. 5486 comes from Tavin Locke of Sterling, Colorado. 5487 from Addison Berner. And rounding out our class would be 5488 from Bianca Wood of McCook, Nebraska. Those are your entries that will make up class number 4.
Nice class here of April Shorthorn Plus females, and I think the decision was really close here on the top end for me. I prefer to use the young lady's roan heifer to lead this class off. I think she's a combination kind of a female in terms of her structural integrity, her balance, and her eye appeal. Get behind this one, watch her walk. She's very athletic and maintains her base width as she goes away from you. Really, the young lady does a nice job showing this heifer, just has her on point all the time. The conversely can be said, and my hat's off to the young lady with the red baldy heifer that's going to be second in this particular class. Just not cooperating, honey, and it's that's unfortunate for you because you've got a really nice heifer. This heifer, when she first came in, she kind of hit me pretty hard, and just a nice extended kind of a female. Very ladylike in her overall look, but she's not helped your cause at all, and she kind of gets up in her top when you put her on the move, and a lot of that's the way she's acting, but very well balanced. My kind of female there in second to go quite logically the way I look at it today. Speaking of logic, I like this white heifer here for her overall balance, her dimension, and so her rib shape. Maybe a little, she's a lot more moderate in terms of her kind, and so she kind of falls in there by default. Just a real nice kind of a female, a lot of length, a lot of muscle and mass, and if that's what you're after in your program, look at this heifer right here. But for me, she's a little bit more moderate in her kind. Maybe wants to cow hawk in when you get her on the move from behind. Next pair of females are pretty identical in their types and kinds. Just nice projects for these two youngsters. Both of them just lack the structural integrity that I'm looking for out here today, and like to give them just a little bit more shape and body and power and mass to move up any higher. But a real nice class of females. Young lady brings us a nice single entry over here in our March class, and a nice heifer she is. Could certainly stand a little bit more competition, but really long spined, level down her top, out through her pins. I'd like to maybe give her just a skosh more body as for her frame size, but again, a real nice single entry. It'll be interesting to watch her back out here in our division. Congratulations, young lady.
Results coming in for class number 5 of your early spring heifer calves in your Shorthorn Plus female show. First place, 5490 from Elia Beach. At this time, we will now bring into your Shorthorn show ring our class winners from classes 4 and 5. Our judge will select your champion and reserve champion early spring heifers. In your Angus show ring, we now have in the ring class number 4. Class 4 has entries 1162 coming from Jasper Willis Clark, 1163 from Fallon and Gunnar Gore, 1165 from Kaylin Kaiser, 1167 from Jace Sumter, 1169 from Brenna Leanne Bartlow, 1170 from Cambria Cook, 1172 from Cutter Skasta, 1173 from Kelsey Ray Thies, 1174 comes from Caitlin Lee Poser, 1176 from Cal Pryor, 1177 from Reese McKenzie Anderson, and 1178 comes from Emily Wheatcroft. Those are your entries that make up class number 4.
Out here for this division over on our plus side, we've got 3 heifers out here that are certainly different in their types and kinds, and we might expect that a little bit, but I think it comes down to me between the 2 heifers out of the first class, the first and second place winners. As I said in class, I like the design and the eye appeal that class winner, the Roan, brings to us. Maybe a little bit more when you get her out here compared to the March, maybe a little bit more moderate in her frame size. But still, she carries a lot of good cow characteristics in terms of that center portion to her rib, and certainly like the depth of heart that this particular female has. She'll be your champion. We'll follow her up with the second place Baldy heifer out of that same class. Congratulations.
Your champion early spring heifer calf for your Shorthorn Plus show comes out of class number 4. That is 5488 from Bianca Wood. Second place and your reserve champion is going to be 5486 from Tavin Locke of Sterling, Colorado. Congratulations to our division winners. We will set up our ring now for class number 8. These will be junior heifer calves within your Shorthorn show. We'll have a single entry, 5493, coming from Emily Skippett of Sherwood Park, Alberta, Canada.
Another single entry here in our plus side, but a heifer that's nice in terms of her profile, a heifer that certainly has some depth and balance as you look at her and as she goes away from you. I'd like to give her just a little bit more foot size, let her flex just a little bit more, but it'll be interesting to see her back out here with her contemporaries. But here's one that's a nice project for this young lady, and certainly she's leaving here with a class winner at the Denver Stock Show. Congratulations.
Results for class number 8 on your junior heifers for your Shorthorns. First place, 54.93, comes from Emily Skippen of Sherwood Park, Canada. We'll now move on to class number 9 of junior heifers. These will be 54. Class number 9 will be 54.94, coming from J.C. Stutzman of Milford, Nebraska, and 54.96 from Kaiser Dale Will of Anita, Iowa.
Well, I'll tell you, over here in the plus side, this kind of makes me think the heat really got turned up, kind of like the Indiana Hoosiers football team last week in the first quarter. But the heat really has risen to the top here in this particular two heifers, and this young lady brings us this heifer here that is impeccable from the side view profile. Very, very cowy, maternal oriented kind of a female. Love the silhouette that she has. She's extended, her angles are right. I like the way that she puts her feet and legs going north and south the whole time, and just a really nice female that balances so well in terms of her heart and back into her flank. You get behind her and you love her hip, the power that she has, quite a bit of muscle wrapped on a really, really good skeleton, just a really nice female to start this particular class. Take nothing away from the young man's blue roan heifer in second. Here's one that just kind of gets overpowered here in this particular class. But again, a nice heifer in her own right in terms of design and structural correctness. She maybe wants to get up in her top just a little bit as we put her in motion. Young man does a good job keeping that down as he's got her standing there, but a little bit more moderate type package. Two really high quality females in this particular class. Let's give them a round of applause.
Results for class number 9 of your junior heifers. Second place, 54.96 from Kaiser Dale Will. First place was 54.94 from J.C. Stutzman. At this time, we'll now bring back our first and second place entries from classes 8 and 9. Our judge will select your champion and reserve champion junior heifer calves.
As we prepare to select this particular calf division, I don't think it takes a rocket scientist to figure out where we're going to go here in this particular division, but I think it's worth noting the young lady that has the single entry, as I said in class there, she certainly could stand more competition, and when you bring her out here, she fits right in with these three in terms of her weight per day of age, where she's at, and certainly a heifer that's going to make a nice cow for this young lady. I just don't think she has quite the quality that we find in our first and second winners in that last class. So the young lady's heifer, I think it's just real simple for me. The darker heifer here will be our champion. Young man's blue roan will be reserved. Congratulations.
Your champion junior heifer calf is 54.94 from J.C. Stutzman. The reserve is going to be 54.96 coming from Kaiser Dale Will. Congratulations to our division winner. We will now move on to class number 12 within the program. Class 12 will be senior heifer calves. We'll have a single entry that will make up class 12. It'll be 54.97 coming from Axel Beeler of Loyal, Oklahoma. This is the only class in the division, so first place with class 12 will become your champion senior heifer.
Over here on this side, it makes it a little awkward sometimes when you have single entries, but the exhibitors that are out here with their cattle cannot control that, and so you just have to look at quality and try to look at these cattle and tell the exhibitors what you see. And then this young man brings a single entry out here that's a nice cow prospect. She's very, very fresh and feminine as you look at her. Certainly has the mobility that I like to see in these cattle. Her foot size is decent. Maybe like to give her a little bit shot more of bone. But again, a nice female that balances very well. And again, it's no fault of the young man at all to be out here by himself, because I'm sure he wishes he had some more competition and that heifer could stand more, because she's a nice female. We'll see what she looks like when we get back out here, or she'll be a division champion, so we'll see her out here in the Grand Drive.
Results for class number 12 of your senior heifer calves in your Shorthorn show. First place and your division winner for your senior heifer calf is going to be 54.97 from Axel Beeler. At this time, we will now bring up class 15. Class 15 will be late spring yearling females. Within this class 15, we will have 2 entries. 54.99 from Julia Lyons of New Auburn, Wisconsin, and 55.02 from Emma Arnett of Brookville, Ohio. Those are your 2 entries that will make up class 15. Also, class number 15 is the only class in its division. So first and second within this class will become your champion and reserve champion intermediate females. Over in your junior Angus show ring, we now have in the ring class number 5. Class number 5 will have entries 1179 from Cambria Cook, 1180 from Kaylee Coster, 1181 from Keegan Caroline Mather, 1182 from Cambria Cook. 1183 comes from Hayden Riley Hahn, 1184 from McKinley Reese Stoller, 1188 from Chloe Billman, 1189 comes from Jack Selmeyer, 1190 from Lane Toledo, 1192 from Casey Lee Meyer, and 1193 rounds our class from Addison Davis. Those are your entries that will make up your last class in the division of junior heifer calves.
Different kinds here between this pair of heifers here as we move into some of our older females. And for me, I'm going to use the young lady's black heifer. I think she's probably the one that's more extended. She's certainly longer in her spine and out through her hip. Certainly has a lot of power when you get behind her, and quite a bit of muscle when you look right behind her and all the way down her top and out through over her quarter and down into her stifle. Maybe like to clean that one up and set her tail head down in her a little bit for me, give her a shot more body. And I think that's where our young lady's second place red heifer here excels, is in terms of rib shape and calf carrying capacity. A little deeper from her flank up to her chest floor, but maybe a little plainer in her makeup, a little more conventional in her kind. Like to see her move with a little bit more authority and coordination off her rear too.
The results for Class 15 on your Shorthorn show ring. Second place and your reserve intermediate champion female is 54.99 from Julia Lyons. Your class winner and your champion intermediate female is 55.02 from Emma Arnett. Now making their way into the ring is Class 18 in your programs. This is early spring yearling females. Class 18 will have 3 entries that make it up. This will be 5507, comes from Jace Parker of Ardmore, Oklahoma. 5508 comes from Bianca Wood of McCook, Nebraska. And 5509 comes from Kaiser Dale Will of Anita, Iowa. Those are your 3 entries that make up class number 18. Also, class 18 is the only class in the division, so therefore, first and second within this class will become your champion and reserve champion early spring females.
I'm gonna pull her back over here. Put your hands together for a really nice class of females over here in our Shorthorn Plus show. Only fitting, I think the most challenging class of the day is this one right here at the end. And I tell you, the heifer I'm going to start with, I just gravitate to her in terms for maternal characteristics. Really love the design that she has in her front 1/3 and her head. I really appreciate that about her. She's very feminine and ladylike. Her angles are really good. She balances well. Her chest is nice in her. Maybe pushing just a nickel, but I tell you, I don't really get hung up on that because I think as we tend to breed the chest out of these cattle, it looks nice here, but I think we take the doability and away from them in the real world. So I think there's a place and a time for it, but I think that this heifer's very adequate, and I'm not calling her out on her chest. I don't mean that at all. But I really like the power that she has. You get behind her, she's wide based, she's wide hipped. And I think of the trio, she carries her genuine width all the way from front to rear as well as any of the heifers in here, like that female quite a bit. Maybe like to power her up just a little bit, give her a little bit more bone, but I really appreciate the foot size that she has and the integrity of her hoof quality. I think the decision for me in this class is between second and third, and I think, young man, your heifer just follows the type and kind of that class winner, being more maternal, more cowy. I think she's longer in the front 1/3 of her body, and I read her angles up in the front 1/3 of her body to be better. I like her at her knee as we compare to the young lady's blue roan. I think she's laid back there more. I think she's more genuine in her width up in her top, particularly right behind her shoulders. And I certainly think that she's got more volume, and I think she follows our class winner, and she'll go into second. Young lady, your blue roan heifer, I really appreciate that heifer for her length, and I like the mass that she has. I think she's probably got the widest pin set of any of the three heifers out here. At times, I kind of think this heifer runs downhill, maybe a little shorter, a little plainer up through the front 1/3 of her body. But hey, three real high quality females there in this particular class.
Results for Class 18 of your early spring yearling females. Third place, 5508, comes from Bianca Wood. Second place, and that is going to be your reserve champion early spring female. That is going to be 5509 from Kaiser Dale Will. Your class winner and your champion early spring female is going to be 5507 from Jace Parker. At this time, within our Shorthorn Plus show, we will now bring back all of our division winners, and we will have our judge select your grand champion and reserve grand champion Shorthorn Plus females. So once again, in your Shorthorn Plus female show ring, we now have all of our division winners returning for our judge to select your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Shorthorn Plus females. From your first division, champion 5479, Samuel Parker. Reserve being 5480 from Laurel Moore. From your second division, champion 5488 from Bianca Wood. Reserve 5486 from Taven Locke. From your third division, champion 5494 from JC Stutzman. Reserve 5496 from Kaiser Dale Will. From your fourth division, champion 5497 from Axel Beeler. From your fifth division, champion 5502 from Emma Arnett. Reserve 5409 from Julia Lyons. And from your last division, champion 5507, Jace Parker. And reserve being 5509 from Kaiser Dale Will. Those are your division winners for your judge to select your Grand and Reserve Grand Champions.
Over here on our plus side, as we prepare to select our champion Shorthorn Plus female, I'll just tell you what I see here in these divisions as we bring them back out here. I really like that pair of May calves that came out of that first division, and while they're kind of out there in terms of their skeletal growth, and they're pretty good size, but they still have a lot of quality in both of those females, and I just like the added extension and length that we had in our division winner. As I said, in that second division, really like the roan heifer. I think that was a tough placing there, but I really like that roan heifer in terms of her design, in terms of her angularity, in terms of her look. As you see out here now, she's a little bit more moderate, like we talked in class there, but again, a really nice individual. The young lady's blue roan here, just a high quality female, just a lot of power, a lot of body, a lot of look, a lot of cow in that particular female. Really nice look. When you compare her out here to some of the others, I just see her maybe a little bit at times being a little straighter in her front knee and in her shoulder. When you get right in front of her, she maybe wants to place her feet just a little bit different ever so slightly, but I'm telling you, that's a very, very, very high quality individual. The young man's single entry here, again, as I said, he brought back one that had a lot of look and a lot of angularity to her, just maybe doesn't have the wow or the pizzazz or the extra mass and bulk that we find on either side of him in this particular drive. Then the young lady's older blue roan heifer here, again, a long spine kind of a female, a little bit plainer in her look, and I think that's to her disadvantage, a little coarser in her bone work, if you will, but again, she wins that division based on her length and her look and her ability to get out and go. Then we come to the last division there, a pair of high quality females that I just see a cow written on these particular things, and I really like the extra look and the femininity that our division winner brings to us. Again, a real nice one, and followed up by another one that certainly fell in there pretty handily, and just a lot of power, a lot of maternal characteristics about her. And on paper, she, in that class and in that division, she probably read with the most maternal traits, and you can sure see it in her. So again, it's a nice lineup of cattle. I know this is our last grand drive, and as I started out the morning saying I was very humbled and very thankful. So I'm going to take a little bit of time here just to thank a few people, and I know we still have the purebreds to go, but first and foremost, I want to thank, I get a little bit emotional when I think about my family, and I'll get over it, but I want to thank my wife, Judy. She wasn't able to make it out here. My daughters and my granddaughter, they're here, so they're taking care of the cattle or taking care of the little one, but I couldn't do what I do without them. On the home front, I want to thank Sippy, our herdsman, my other brother Jeff. Like many of you, I've been gone for a while and won't be home till next week sometime. And so if it wasn't for those guys, I wouldn't be able to travel and do the things that we like to do as a family. So I appreciate that. On a different note, my roots run really deep in the Shorthorns. Both of my girls were products of the junior Shorthorn program, and so it's one of the premier ones. These kids running around ringside with the red jackets. I know what that means to you, and I know what it means to all the rest of us to have those junior programs in place. I'll show my age. I remember, and my hats go off to Dr. Roger Hunsley and some of those board members that I knew personally. I'm showing my age. But when they invented the appendix registry program, which is now the Plus program, they did it with vision. They wanted to inject the British breed into the commercial sector, but yet have some of those cattle showcased at events like this. And I think, my hats go off to them. And Monty Souls and the Shorthorn Association have done nothing but grow that, foster those junior programs, try to make things better for the commercial industry with Shorthorn acceptance. And there is a place. You can see this right here in these particular Shorthorn Plus females and the bulls. And so The maternal characteristics are there. And my hat's off to the association. Monty, thank you for your leadership. With that said, I'll select our champion female in the plus show. It's been an honor and a privilege, and look forward to the purebreds coming later. Let's give them all a nice round of applause for this lineup of cattle here.
Your grand champion Shorthorn Plus female comes from your 6th division. That is your early spring champion female, 5507, from Jace Parker. We'll now roll our reserve champion from that division in for consideration for the reserve grand champion Shorthorn Plus females. Your reserve grand champion comes from your 3rd division of junior heifer calves. That is your champion 5494 from J.C. Stutzman. Congratulations to our grand and reserve grand champion Shorthorn females. We will now take a momentary pause within our Shorthorn show for pictures at the backdrop. Back over in your Angus show ring, we have in the ring our class winners from classes 3, 4, and 5. Our judge is going to select your champion and reserve champion junior heifer calves for division number 1. Your champion junior heifer calf for division number 1 comes out of class number 4. That is going to be 1167 from J.C. Sumter. Your reserve champion junior heifer calf for division 1 comes out of class number 3. That is going to be 1139 from Brenna Leanne Bartlow. Congratulations to our division winners. We'll now clear out our ring and bring up our bred and owned category. Our judge will select your champion and reserve champion bred and owned junior heifer calves for division number 1. So as we mentioned, we have been bringing in our bred and owned class winners. We'll highlight those individuals right now. From class number 3, the first place for your bred and owned in that class was 1148 from Avery Elizabeth Kimball. Coming out of class number 5, the first place entry would be 1184 from McKinley Reese Stoller. And coming out of class number 4 was going to be the first place entry from 1169 from Brenna Leanne Bartlow, the second place being 1172 from Cutter Skosta. Some results to grab from our bred and owned Division 1 for the junior heifers. Your champion was 1169 from Brenna Leanne Bartlow, the reserve champion being from 1148 of Avery Kimball. We now have moved on in our show ring for our Angus to class number 6. Class number 6 will have entries 1195 from Cambria Cook of Clovis, California. 1197 also comes from Cambria Cook of Clovis, California. 1198 comes from Camden Daniel Upchurch of Linville, Alabama. 1199 comes from Julia Gillette of Roy, Montana. Entry 1200 comes from Caitlin Lee Poser. 1205 comes from Helen Orr of Davenport, Oklahoma. 1209 comes from Aubrey Elizabeth McCurry. 1211 comes from Ellie Atkinson. 1213 comes from Braden Griffin. And 1217 comes from Timber Billman. Those are your entries that make up class number 6. We welcome our exhibitors and spectators back over in our Shorthorn show. We have now started our Purebred Bull Show. This will be class number 1. These will be late spring bull calves. Class number 1 has entries 5511, comes from CB Shorthorns LLC of Eagle, Idaho. And 5512 comes from Brock David Studer of Creston, Iowa. Those are the 2 entries that will make up class number 1. Class 1 is the only class in the division. So first and second will become your champion and reserve champion late spring bull calves.
Start our Shorthorn bull show here. We've got a couple May calves, and they're similar in terms of their design and their build, but you know, there's some differences. And for me, as we go through this bull show, you know, I'm going to be very critical on mobility and feet and legs. I think that's one of the most important traits that we have when we turn these things out. And I think when you look at these bulls on paper, they're kind of similar. Interestingly, the young man's bull, if I read correctly, wins in growth a little bit, but not much, not enough to be notable. But yet the young lady's bull is pretty masculine and got a lot of performance in him as he relates to the young man's. But I think the young man's calf just wins in terms of structural integrity. You get him on the side view profile. He's very elegant up through the front 1/3 of his body. You get behind him, he's got a lot of power and shape down his top. Really like the hip, but where he excels in this pair of bulls is when you set him in motion. He's way more comfortable in his hock. He's more comfortable down all the way down to the ground, and I just think the bull goes up there in that regard. If you want power and performance in an individual, you look to the bull in second. Certainly he's a raw, rugged kind of a bull, just becomes a little more straighter on both ends, a little less comfortable, if you will, when you get him in motion off of his rear two. But two nice bulls to start off our show.
Results coming in for class number 1 of your Purebred Bull Show Shorthorns. Second place, your reserve champion late spring bull calf is entry 5511 from CB Shorthorns LLC. Your class winner and your champion late spring bull calf was 5512 from Brock Studer. Now moving in the ring is class number 4 of early spring bull calves. We have entries 5513 from Curtis Genetics and Westman Registered Shorthorns, and 5515 comes from Blue Prairie Farm LLC. These are the only 2 entries that make up Class 4. Class 4 is the only class in the division, so first and second within this class will become your champion and reserve champion early spring bull calves. Some results to get to from your Angus show ring coming out of class number 6. 10th place was $11.99 from Julia Gillette. 9th place, $1,200 from Caitlin Lee Poser. 8th place was $12.13 from Braden and Brogan Griffin. 7th was $12.11 from Ellie Atkinson. 6th place was $12.09 from Aubrey, Molly, and Drew McCurry. 5th place was $12.17 from Timber Billman. 4th place was $12.05 from Helen Orr. 3rd place was $11.97 from Cambria Cook. 2nd place was $11.98 from Camden Upchurch. And your class winner was $11.95 from Cambria Cook. In the ring at this time for your Angus is now class number 7. This will be entries 1221 from Adley Block, 1222 from Hayden Hoffman, 1223 from Mercedes Ferry, 1225 from Jack Gillette, 1227 from Emma Chamberlain, 1229 from Aubrey, Molly, and Drew McCurry. 1236 comes from Casey Lee Meyer. 1237 from Sydney Gents. 1238 from Mally Coonrod. 1240 comes from Gianna Valla. And 1243 comes from Callie Hansen. Those are your entries that make up class number 7.
Really high quality bull here the young man brings to us, just very nicely balanced from front to rear and top to bottom. Love the head shape on this guy and the extension that he has. His angles read very nice, and love the feet and legs on this bull. And when you set him in motion, boy, he just gets out and motors. But you're not disappointed. I mean, he's got a really good look. He's got a lot of base width. His hips really wide. I think there's enough power in that bull, but just a really nice specimen there to win this division. The young ladies, the pair of girls here, bring us a nice red bull here coming out. On paper, he certainly is the Cavanese bull of the two, and you know, phenotypically wise, he reads that way as well. If you're looking for one that you know, you want to put on some heifers or something like that, this bull here might be what you're looking at to calve those first calf heifers out. And a nice calf too. I mean, he's long and level and lean. I think I like to give him a little bit more flex when we put him in motion, but a really high quality bull up on the top end of this particular class and division.
Results for class number 4 of your early spring bull calves. Second place and your reserve champion early spring bull calf is 55-15, coming from Blue Prairie Farm LLC. Your class winner and your champion early spring bull calf was entry 55-13, coming from Curtis Genetics, Wiseman Registered Shorthorns, and Matthew Wallace. Now moving into the ring is now class number 7. These are junior bull calves. Within this class, we will have entries 55-16 from Greenhorn Cattle of Waynesville, Ohio, 55-21 from Indian Hills Land and Cattle of Stillwater, Oklahoma, and 55-22 from Agerter Cattle Company of Seward, Nebraska. Those are your 3 entries that make up class number 7. This is the only class in its division, so first and second within this class will become your champion or reserve champion junior bull calves.
Interesting lineup of bulls here in this particular division, and the young man's light roan bull I think just wins it fairly easily for me as you set him in motion. Very sound and athletic. You get him on the stand, he's really long spined. I like the way that his top ties into the top side of his shoulder. His neck really comes up out of the top of his shoulder as well, and I like the angulation that this bull shows up through the front 1/3 of his body. You get behind him, he's got some power and mass. If I was going to change this bull, I might rather redesign his hind leg structure. It's a little bit straight for me, but yet he does go out and reach and moves, and I think he just float surfaces to the top fairly easy. The intriguing bull to me is the bull in second, the red bull. You know, here's a bull on paper as reads with the best calving numbers and the highest growth, and I can see the highest growth. And but when you get him out here and evaluating phenotypically, he becomes a little straighter up through the front 1/3. I'd like to lay him back in his blade structure, set him back in his knee a little bit, and give him some more mobility when you ask him to go, particularly off of his rear too. Then rounding out the class, we got a bull that's a nice made kind of a calf, just lacks the power and performance that we find in those two in front of him to move up any higher. But three nice bulls that kind of fall in there quite logically for me. Over here on the Shorthorn side in our fall division, just the single entry, but the young man and I were talking there, just as a real nice real world kind of a bull here. A lot of substance, a lot of, probably the highest growth bull on paper that we've seen today, but he looks that way. He's got a lot of top and a lot of, just a big back, big hip kind of a bull with a lot of power and muscle. You'd like to maybe do a little tweaking on his structure, if you will, in this particular setting, but I think that's a real nice real world kind of a bull that can go out and sire some cattle in our industry and do real well. So my congratulations to him.
Moving in the ring now for your Angus show is going to be all of our class winners from classes 6 and 7. Our judge will now select your champion and reserve champion heifers for division number 2. Over in your Shorthorn Purebred Bull Show, we should have in the ring now class 13 in the program. This is junior yearling bulls. We'll have entries 5524 from Bar and Cattle Company of Sunset, Texas, and 5525 comes from Addison and Bailey Ford of Thorntown, Indiana. These are the only entries that make up class 13. Class 13 is the only class in its division, so first and second within this class will become your champion and reserve champion junior bulls. Your champion junior Angus heifer for calf division number 2, that comes out of your class number 7. That is going to be 1223 from Mercedes Ferry.
I think I heard Chris say over there on the other side a little bit ago about personal preference, and I think there's some choices that you got to make in this particular pair of bulls. I think both of these are high quality bulls that offer a lot of different things to the industry, and you got to put where your preferences are. And I'll start talking about the dark roan bull that we're going to put in second. On paper, that bull's phenomenal, and certainly the highest calving ease bull that we've seen, and his numbers are really good. He's got a lot of spread down his top and a lot of width from behind. Where for me, and I said this earlier on in the day, I'm putting my emphasis on these particular bulls in terms of mobility. and that ranks very, very high. And I think the young lady's light roan bull wins that pretty handedly. I think when you ask him to go in motion, he can get out and go, and it takes a longer reach, a longer stride. I really like the foot shape of the bull that we're going to use up front. I think he's got more bone than our second place bull. And with that, I think in this particular setting, here's a bull that just has a lot of eye appeal, really long fronted, long neck kind of a bull. Adds a lot of extra phenotype, if you will, for what I'm kind of looking at. And that's how I see the bulls. And so I'm going to use the young lady's light roan bull over the high numbered bull here in second. So a really nice pair. Congratulations.
Some results to get to. Your Angus show reserve champion for Division II was selected. That was $11.95 from Cambria Cook. Also for the bred and owned category, there was only one entry within those classes. So your champion for Division II is $12.36 from Casey Lee Meyer. So in the ring now at this time is class number 8 within your Angus show. We have entries $12.45 from Lane Toledo, $12.46 comes from McCamey Jean, and $12.47 from Reagan Wright. That makes up class number 8 in your Angus show ring. Results coming in from over here in your Shorthorn show, class 13 results. Second place in your reserve champion junior bull was 55.24 from Bar and Cattle Company. First place and your champion junior bull was 55.25 from Addison and Bailey Ford. In the ring at this time now is class 16. These are the 2-year-old bull categories. We have a single entry in this class, 55.27 from Wise Shorthorns of Bethany, Illinois. This is the only entry in the class and the only class in the division, so therefore will become your champion senior bull.
Single 2-year-old bull here, but boy, here's a nice calf. Really stout and robust in his build. You like his angles. Get behind him. There's a lot of power and shape and mass in this bull. I think you could turn this thing out and do a really good job out in any type of a setting. Just a real nice big 2-year-old bull that's held himself together. He's not overly fat. Just they've got him in a really nice condition to bring him to town here. And if I was going to change him, I'd maybe let him get out and go a little bit easier off his rear too. I don't think that's terrible, but certainly a nice big bull here to round out our show.
Results for class number 8 in your Angus show ring. Third place was $12.45 from Lane Toledo. Second was $12.46 from McCamey Jean. And your class winner was $12.47 from Reagan Wright. We will now work to clean up our ring, and we will work to bring up class number 9. Over in your Shorthorn show ring, we have our division winners for our Purebred Bull Show. From your Division 1 of late spring bull calves, your champions, 55.12 from Brock Studer. The reserve, 55.11 from CB Shorthorns, LLC. Your second division of early spring bull calves, champion, 55.13 from Curtis Genetics, Wiseman Registered Shorthorns. and Matthew Wallace. The reserve being 55-15 from Blue Prairie Farm LLC. From your third division, that is your junior bull calves champions, 55-16 from Greenhorn Cattle Company, and your reserve being 55-22 from Agerter Cattle Company. In your fourth division of senior bull calves, your champion, 55-23 from Peakview Ranch Incorporated. From your fifth division, your champions of juniors, 55-25 from Addison and Bailey Ford. The reserve being 55-24 from Bar and Cattle Company. And from your sixth and final division, your champion senior bull is 55-27 from Wise Shorthorns. Those are your entries that are your division winners, and your judge will now take the time to evaluate and select your grand and reserve grand champion Shorthorn bulls. Making their way in the ring for your Angus is going to be class number 9. This is 1248 from Lane Toledo, 1251 from Adeline Blankenship, and 1252 from Cole Sumter. Those are your 3 entries that make up class number 9.
Put your hands together over here on our Shorthorn side for a real nice bull show here at the National Western. I think we got some different types and kinds which that we're looking at here in this particular drive, and but I don't think we've went away from kind of what I was wanting to look for in the bull show or the females. But I think each one of these, in my mind, were the best in terms of their mobility. They were best in their feet and legs, and certainly they had some mass and some shape and some substance that could go out and make product. And so I'm very pleased with the bulls that we have out here, the champions and reserves. I know our numbers weren't very big, certainly not as big as it used to be back in the old days. I remember those quite well, but still, it was an honor to win Denver Stock Show, no matter what breed that you were exhibiting. And the British breeds have been around for a long, long time, and the associations have worked very hard to keep those at the forefront and try to use them in different settings. And I think these are the kind of bulls that can go out there and push the purebred industry or shorthorn sector even more forward, or if you wanted to put them into a commercial setting, there's bulls in here that you could do that with and get product and gain the extra heterosis, if you will, in those types of situations. But I think for me, I won't belabor the point. I know we got the female show to go through yet, but it has been an honor for me to look at these bulls and select these bulls. I think it's I'm going to be real honest. I think there's a bull that wins this for fun, and then I think the decision for me comes down to reserve. But I think that these cattle are very sound and functional and have an added look to them out here before me. But again, if you will, give your applause to these. I'll show you the 2 that I like.
Your grand champion purebred bull over in your Shorthorn show ring came out of class number 2 or division 2. That was your spring bull calf champion from 5513, coming via the way of Curtis Genetics, Wiseman registered Shorthorns, and Matthew Wallace. The reserve was just crowned. That was your champion senior bull, 5527 from Wise Shorthorns. Congratulations to our division winners, as well as our Grand and Reserve champions in our Shorthorn Purebred Bull Show. We'll take a momentary picture break at the backdrop with our official livestock photographers of Legacy Livestock. And in our Angus show ring, we now have class number 10. Class number 10, we have entries 1256 coming from Evelyn Clark, 1257 from Clay Kraft, 1258 from Cambria Cook, 1259 comes from Scarlett Carney, 1261 from Helen Orr, and rounding out your class is 1269 from Reese McKenzie Anderson. Those are your entries that will make up class number 10. Some results to get to for class number 9. Third place was 1252 from Cole Sumter. Second place was 1248 from Lane Toledo, and your class winner for number 9 was 1251 from Adeline Blankenship. Also, the Angus Association would like me to remind all the Angus exhibitors there will be a social luncheon at 3 p.m. at the Legacy Building. So again, Angus exhibitors and spectators, there's a social at 3 p.m. in the Legacy Building, so do not miss that. Make sure you mark your calendar, set your alarm, and be ready for that Angus social. Results coming in for class number 10. Sixth place was 1259 from Scarlett Carney. Fifth place, 1257 from Clay Kraft. Fourth place, 1261, from Helen Orr. Third place was 1256 from Evelyn Clark. Second place was 1258 from Cambria Cook, and your class winner was 1269 from Reese Anderson. We'll now move in the ring, class number 11. Class 11 will have entries 1270 from Cambria Cook of Clovis, California. 1273 comes from McKinley Stoller of Palisade, Nebraska. 1277 from Kaylee Langford of Breckenridge, Texas. 1280 comes from Cooper Mernon of Pompey's Pillar, Montana. And rounding out your class is 1282 from Caitlin Poser of Denton, Montana. Those are your entries that make up Class 11. Class 11 is our last class within the division of senior heifers. We want to welcome back our Shorthorn exhibitors to the show ring. We now have moved on to our Purebred female show. This is class number 1 of late spring heifer calves. This class has entries 5534 coming from Brigham DeBoard of Bardwell, Texas. 5536 comes from Kylie Dostal of Howells, Nebraska. 5538 comes from Bunstall Farms of Butler, Ohio. And 5539 comes from Annalyn Beach of Palmyra, Nebraska. These are your entries that make up class number 1. Class number 1 is the only class in its division. So therefore, first and second within class 1 will become your champion and reserve champion late spring heifer calves. Results for class number 11 within your Angus show ring. 5th place was 1273 from McKinley Stoller. 4th place was 1282 from Caitlin Poser. 3rd place 1280 from Cooper Mernon. 2nd place 1277 from Kaylee Langford. And your class winner was Cambria Cook with entry 1270. At this time within our show, we will now bring up our individuals that have won their classes from 8, 9, 10, and 11. Our judge will select your champion and reserve champion senior heifer calves.
Over here on our Shorthorn side, this particular division here, we've got some questions that we've got to ask ourselves and where we lie our preferences. And here again, I'm not going to waver from what I've been looking for all morning. And I think the young lady's heifer, well, I'm going to be the first to admit this heifer is plenty big for me. These are June heifer calves, and this heifer is plenty big. But when you go to the data, she has the highest growth, and so I'm going to give her that advantage. But I think beyond that, you compare the first and seconds, and I think that's obviously where the decision lies in my mind. But the young lady's heifer, I think when you get back off of her and you set them in motion, I think she's the sounder of the two. I think she has more true base width when you get right in behind them. And I think obviously she's the longest, heaviest bodied kind of a heifer, if you will. I love her design and her eye appeal. I think she's the combination heifer of the two. Again, I think she's plenty big. So you make the choice whether one like that can work in your program. The young man's heifer that comes out second when they first come in, she really hit me pretty hard. I thought this was a very eye-appealing kind of a female, and I know she is, but when you dig down deeper into her, to me, she becomes, and I hate to use the word clubby, but the set to her back leg, I mean, she's got more bone than the heifer in front of her. I don't really care for that set to her hind leg. I think she wants to have her hock up underneath her a little more than ideal. I think she's a little plainer about her head, if you will. But when you get behind her, she's got some muscle and some shape and power to her. A nice female there. Just like to see her go a little bit easier for me. Then I think it becomes a couple heifers here. The young man's white-socked female, one that's nice to look at from the side view profile. Just doesn't have the bone or foot size or shape to muscle to move her up any higher in relation to those two in front of her. The young lady brings a nice heifer here to round out our class, a little more conventional, if you will. Has some body and some rib and some shape to her. Has some muscle out down her top and out through her quarter and her rump. For me, she just doesn't go good enough off her either end. Just kind of wants to get outside of her skeleton. I'd like to give her a little bit more mobility to move her any higher. But challenging class there with two nice females on the top.
Results coming in from your Angus show. Your champion senior heifer calf was 1270 from Cambria Cook. Your reserve senior heifer calf was 1251 from Adeline Blankenship. And your Angus show ring at this time is going to be your class winners for your bred and owned division. So we will have our judge select your champion and reserve champion senior bred and owned heifer calves. Results coming in from your purebred female show in the Shorthorn show ring. Fourth place was 5536 coming from Kylie Dostal. Third place, 5538 from Brenstel Farms. Second place and the reserve champion for the division of late spring heifers was 5534 from Brigham DeBoard. And your class winner and champion for your late spring heifers was 5539 from Annalyn Beach. And over in your Angus show ring, your champion senior bred and owned heifer calf was 1269 from Reese Anderson. The reserve senior heifer calf comes from class number 8. That was from Lane Toledo. Congratulations to our champion and reserve champion bred and owned division. Moving about now in your show ring for your Angus is now class number 12. Class 12 will have 2 entries that make it up. It'll be 1287 from Kaden Nowatzki of Michigan City, Indiana, and 1288 from Paige Gonzalez of Pemberton, Minnesota. Those are your 2 entries that make up class number 12. Over within your Shorthorn show ring, we have class number 4. These are early spring heifer calves. This class includes entries 5542 from Julia Lyons, 5543 from Charlie Byerman, 5544 from Hannah Chevalier, 5546 from Cooper Hetrick, 5547 from Alden Vaughn, 5548 from Axel Beeler. And rounding out your class is going to be, actually those are the last entries for the class, so those are your top 6 individuals that are going to be in class number 4. Results coming in for class number 12. Second place was 1288 from Paige Gonzalez. Your class winner was 1287 from Kaden Nowatzki. We'll now move into class 13. Class 13 is moving in the Angus show ring. This is entry 1292 from Coulter Meads of Hermston, Oregon. Results for class 13 in your Angus show ring. First place 1292 from Coulter Meads. We'll now make way for class number 14. Class 14 will have a total of 6 entries that will make it up. Class 14 entries do include 1296 from Gianna Valla of Lompoc, California. 1297 comes from Bryson Lee Upchurch of Linville, Alabama. 1299 comes from Kate Ray Loven of Lexington, Georgia. 1305 from Madison Fisher of Hempstead, Texas. 1307 from Hayden Hahn of Rocky Ridge, Maryland. And 1308 from Roper Moore of Winter, South Dakota. This is our last class within the division of intermediate heifers.
really nice class of females here in the Shorthorn show. But before I give you reasons here, my late father always said, if you made a mistake, acknowledge it. And I've tried to teach my girls the same way. So I want to go back and make an apology to the young lady that wins that last class. I called your heifer out, and I made a mistake and did not see. It's small print, I'm old, and my bifocals weren't working. So there was 30 days age spread in those heifers, and I called them the same age, and so I apologize. But to be honest, it made my reasoning even better because she was the higher growth heifer, and she was the older heifer in there. So my apologies for calling that heifer out for being too big when in fact she probably wasn't. Back to what's at hand. This particular class, it's a little bit challenging for me here because we do have some types and kinds, but I think in the end it all shakes out in my mind based on structure. And I think we've got two heifers up here at the front that are very similar when you put them in motion. They're very comfortable out here on the green carpet. They flex good off of both ends. The young man that's going to win the class, I think, is a combination heifer. She's a skosh moderate, if you will, but she's really got a nice front end in her, really long out through her front 1/3. Her angles read very, very well to me. You get behind her, and she does have quite a bit of substance to her. She's got a beautiful hair coat on her. I love the hip in this heifer in terms of her pin width, and you take that down, and I think when you put her in motion, she continues to carry that width all the way down to the ground, and I think she's the combination female of the bunch. The young man's heifer and that comes out in second. Young Cowboy's doing a really good job. I like this heifer quite well to make a cow out of her. I think she's very functional. She certainly can get out and grasp and go with the best of them in this particular class. I think she's probably the most comfortable out here of the trio in that regard. The only issue I have here on this heifer, she's got a little bit more chest. She's a little plainer about her face. Maybe doesn't come out with the hip set that we find in the heifers on either side of her. But again, a nice balanced kind of a female that's very, very comfortable, and I think needs a run right there in second. Problem heifer for me in terms of where to put her is the heifer in third. Standing still, I love that one silhouette. I love the length of spine that she has. I love the extension out through the front 1/3. I love how her neck comes up high out of the top of her shoulders. The issue is you ask her to go in motion and she just doesn't go good enough off of her hind two. So that's where she falls into third. Next heifer here coming out in fourth, a big barreled kind of a female that has some spread and some shape to her. Little shorter fronted. And here too, when you ask that one to go in motion, she wants to get outside of her skeleton just ever so slightly. So I think she's a logical fourth there. Young lady's heifer here that comes in next, a little plainer in her design, maybe doesn't have the bone work, the circumference of bone with the heifers that we find in front of her. But again, a nice balanced kind of a female. You love the depth of body and you love the flank in this particular female, just like to give her a little bit more pizzazz. Then we round out the class with the young man's heifer here that's obviously the greenest heifer in the class, but a nice long-sided kind of a female. Like to maybe fix her in her hip structure, pick her pins up just a little bit, but the young man does a good job, and I guarantee you he's having fun. So again, a nice class of females to look at.
Results coming in from class number 14 within your Angus show. 6th place was 1296 from Gianna Valla. 5th place, 1308 from Roper Moore. 4th place, 1305 from Madison Fisher. 3rd place, 1297 from Bryson Upchurch. 2nd place was 1299 from Kate Lovin. And your class winner was 1307 from Hayden Hahn. At this time, within our Angus show, we will now bring back our class winners. Our judge will select your champion and reserve champion intermediate heifers. In your Shorthorn show ring at this time is going to be class number 5. These are early spring heifer calves. We'll have entries 55-54 from Paisley White, 55-56 from Emily Schellingberg, 55-57 from Addison Ford, 55-58 from Aisley Beach, and 55-40 comes from Brock Studer. Those are your last entries that make up class number 5. Class 5 is the last class within the division. The results to get to for class number 4 from your early spring heifer calves. 6th place was 55-48 from Axel Beeler. 5th place was 55-42 from Julia Lyons. 3rd place, 55-46 from Cooper Hetrick. 3rd place, 55-44 from Hannah Chevalier. 2nd place was 55-47 from Alden Vaughn. And your class winner was 55-43 from Charlie Fryman.
Back over here on the Shorthorn side, young man's red heifer here comes out, I think wins this class in a close contest, but I think we got the two soundest females up on the top end of this class, and I think the young man's red heifer excels in terms of eye appeal and profile. You get behind that heifer, and there's a lot of top shape in that. Where I really think she excels is the way that she puts her tail head right down on the end of her spine and in between her hip there. And as we compare to the heifer in second, she wants to come up a little bit in her tail head, maybe a little plainer through the front 1/3 of her body, but two really sound, nice females to start the class. The young man's heifer, certainly the better structured of the two when you get right behind them. The heifer that posed a little bit of a problem for me is a young lady's heifer coming in third. When she parks that heifer, I really like her profile, her design, her length and extension. Obviously the longest spined heifer in the class. You got to love the amount of balance that she has from front to rear. And but when you get right behind her and in front of her, you become a little more disappointed in terms of just not the overall dimension and explosiveness, if you will, in her skeleton. And like that when we get her on in motion, just like to see her with a little bit more athleticism off of her hind too. Then the young lady's heifer here that comes in next, a nice big bodied kind of a female, again a little plainer and shorter through the front 1/3 of her body. She too, I'd like to put her tail head down into her just a little bit. Give her a little bit more coordination, but a nice heifer, I think, logically falls into that fourth slot. Rounding out the class, young lady's got a nice heifer here. She's obviously done some nice work with her in terms of the amount of hair and hair coat that she has. She too becomes a little more old-fashioned, a little plainer through the front 1/3, a little crestier in her neck, and wants to break ever so slightly in her spine when you ask her to go. But a nice heifer up at the top end of this class.
Results coming in for your Shorthorn show, class number 5. Fifth place was 55-58 from Aisley Beach. Fourth place was 55-57 from Addison Ford. Third place, 55-56 from Emily Schellenberg. Second place, 55-54 from Paisley White. And your class winner was 55-40 from Brock Studer. In the ring at this time now, we will bring back our class winners, and our judge will select your champion and reserve champion early spring heifer calves. So results to get to announce over here for your Angus. Your champion intermediate heifer was 1287 from Caden Nowatzki. And your reserve intermediate heifer was 1307 from Hayden Hahn. Also from that division, your champion bred and owned intermediate heifer was entry 1288 from Paige Gonzalez. We will now make way for class 15 within our Angus show. Class 15 will have entries 1310 from Gianna Valla of Lompoc, California. 1313 comes from Daniel Young of Scottsbluff, Nebraska. 1315 will come from Ashton Dillo of Villa Ridge, Illinois. 1316 will come from Addison Page Bartlow of Monticello, Illinois. 1318 comes from Fallon and Gunnar Gore of Madras, Oregon. 1321 will come from Cooper Mernon of Pompey's Pillar, Montana. 1322 comes from Michaela Holloman of Longmont, Colorado. 1323 will come from Paige Gonzalez of Pemberton, Minnesota. 1325 will come from Cambria Cook of Clovis, California. Those are your entries that make up class number 15.
In this particular division drive here, I'm very, very pleased with the 4 heifers, the 2 class winners and 2 seconds that I have out here. I think they're functional, sound cattle that have some shape and some look and some style and some balance to them. I think it becomes a 2-horse race here between the 2 class winners. And, as I spoke in class, the light roan heifer up here out of that first class, really loved the extension that she had up through the front 1/3 of her body and the way that she moved and the circumference of bone that she had, and just a nice female. the young man's red heifer, as I just spoke, I think where to me the differences come when you get right up on these heifers and you look down their back. And I think the young man's red heifer, she's going to be our champion. I think she's just got more total muscle up in the top side of her skeleton. I really like the hip that this heifer has as we compare to the young man's dark roan heifer that's going to be reserved. But two high quality females but I think these two class winners need to stay together in this particular division. Let's give them a round of applause, if you will.
Your champion early spring heifer calf comes from class number 5, that is 5540 from Brock Studer. The reserve champion comes out of class number 4, that is 5543 from Charlie Freeman. Congratulations to our division winner. We'll now clear out our ring and make way for class number 8. These will be junior heifer calves.
Over here on this side, I think we've got a nice class, a really nice class winner here, and then the decision lies in second and third for me. But the young lady's heifer that wins the class, very complete. Eye appealing, kind of a female, fit to a T, big bodied kind of a heifer, really balances well in the bottom 1/3 of her skeleton. Heifer that's big footed, big legged, gets out and moves really well. Within this particular class, she appears to me maybe just a skosh moderate, but it's still, you got to look at the quality, and I think that's a nice heifer right there to win our class pretty handedly and pretty logically. The closest placing to me is between second and third, like I said, and the young lady's doing a nice job with a nice heifer here. To me, I'll just tell you the differences that I see in these two cattle. The young lady's heifer, I think she's long-fronted, and you got to give her a little bit of the benefit of the doubt there with a little girl. Can't get the head up quite as high. We put an older showman on this heifer, and I think that would just exemplify this heifer's front 1/3, because her angles are very, very good. Her shoulder structure is very good. Her neck ties in high up out of her shoulder. When you put her in motion, she does so very, very, very comfortably. I think when you compare these two cattle, she's the longest spine of the two, heavier boned, and I prefer that over the young man's red heifer in third. A nice female. He does an excellent job exhibiting this heifer and getting her set up and the stick on her. Nice fronted kind of a female, maybe a little shorter back than the heifer on either side of him, but again, a nice one. I think fits quite logically there in third for me. Like to give her just a little bit more bone to move her up any higher. Young lady's heifer that rounds out the class, again, a big growthy, high-performing kind of a female. Really love the length and extension she has. But here again, my priorities are on mobility, and I just don't think this one is as comfortable as she needs to be when you ask her to go in motion. But a nice female to start this class.
Results coming in for class number 8 on your junior heifers within your Shorthorn show. Fourth place was 5571 from Peakview Ranch Incorporated. Third place was 5560 from Lane Blankenship. Second place was 5568 coming from Delaney Goring. And your class winner was 5565 from Mercedes Ferry. We'll now move in the ring, class number 9. This will be junior heifers. Within this class number 9, we'll have entries 5572 from Cooper Hetrick of Fremont, Ohio. 5573 comes from Brindley Thompson of Amity, Missouri. 5574 from Reese Locke of Sterling, Colorado. 5576 from Alexa Turner of Mahomet, Illinois. 5578 from Heath Kaiser of Gothenburg, Nebraska. 5581 coming from Heath Kaiser of Gothenburg, Nebraska, and 5583 comes from Mercedes Ferry of Sullivan, Indiana. Within your Angus show ring at this time is now class number 16. We have in this class 1331 from Kelly Gaffney, 1332 from Claire Mernon, 1333 from Lane Toledo, 1334 comes from Hayden Hoffman, 1336 from Allie Sorensen. 1338 comes from Hannah and Hadley Harrison. 1340 from Xander Sunsback. 1342 from Scarlett Carney. 1343 from Adley Block. 1345 from Michael Voloshin. Those are your entries that make up class number 16. Results to get to from class 15 of your Angus show. 8th place was 1322 from Michaela Holloman. 7th place, 1310 from Gianna Valla. 6th place, 1313 from Daniel Young. 5th place, 1321 from Cooper Mernon. 4th place, 1323 from Paige Gonzalez. 3rd place was 1318 from Fallon and Gunnar Gore. 2nd place, 1316 from Addison Bartlow. And class 15 winner was 1315 from Ashton Dillow.
Nice class of shorthorn heifers over here on this particular side, and I think there's some give and take in these heifers, but I think we've got high quality heifers all the way through. I'm going to leave the young man's roan heifer's going to win this class, and the young lady here with the red and white spotted one will be second in this particular class. And here's kind of what I see. When the young lady's heifer first walked in, and it maybe wasn't as comfortable on the go when she first came in, but I loved her look at her and her eye appeal, and she became more comfortable out here the longer we went on in terms of her mobility, so it made it a little bit more of a challenge to me. But I find the young man's light roan heifer that we're going to lead the class off with to be the more maternal looking kind of female, if you will, to me. I love this one's angle to her shoulder as we compare to the heifer in second. She's more comfortable down at her knee. She's got a really good foot on her and just gets out and moves really, really well. I think she excels in terms of her spine. She's better right at it behind her shoulders. She's stronger right in that area. I like this one's hip. And certainly I think when you get behind them, they're both comparable in terms of genuine muscle. I like the added depth of the heifer that wins the class. I think she's more robust into her heart, and I think she's probably just shows with a little bit more balance to me, if you will. Nice heifer on the top. Nothing to take away from this heifer in second, because I think she's a really nice heifer. The longer she's out here, as I said, she became more comfortable on the go, but the longer she was out here standing, she kind of wanted to push herself forward, push her shoulders out of her just a little bit. I don't think she's got as much heart as the heifer that we had at the top of the class, and every now and then you'd catch her just maybe falling off from hooks to pins just a little bit, and I don't think she balances quite as well from the side view profile as what we find in that light roan heifer. But two high quality heifers there at the front end of this class. The third heifer here is again another high quality heifer in terms of her structural build. A heifer that maybe a little plainer in her look when you compare it to the heifers in front of her, a little shorter in her spine, but a good heifer. Just like to see more of this particular heifer in this class. You know, same could be said true here of the young man's heifer in fourth. She's got a little advantage in terms of bone work and circumference. She's not the biggest, strongest top thing. She's not the longest backed one, but a nice, completely balanced heifer. Just maybe doesn't have the extra bells and whistles to move her up any higher. Then we get down into a pair of heifers that are a little plainer in their overall look and their design. But again, as I said, this was a class of 5 or 6 nice heifers here that had something to offer. And I think the young lady's heifer here, the red and white one coming out next, has got an added advantage in terms of bone and muscle. Love the length, the front end on that one. She wants to break in her top, particularly there on the stand, like to strengthen her up in her spine to move her up. The young lady's heifer that rounds out the class, again, a nice female in her own right, just maybe doesn't have the coordination and comfort or circumference of bone to move her up any higher. But again, a nice female, just a pretty solid class of shorthorn females over here on this side.
Results coming in for class number 9 of your junior heifers. 6th place was 5581 from Heath Kaiser. 5th place 5574 from Reese Locke. 4th place 5578 from Heath Kaiser. 3rd place was 5573 from Brindley Thompson. 2nd place 5576 from Alexa Turner. And your class winner was 5572 from Cooper Hedrick. Within our Shorthorn show, we will get our ring cleaned up. We will also be waiting for another showman that's in the ring just off to the other side. So bear with us as the Shorthorn exhibitors finish up in the Angus show ring. Over in that Angus show ring is class number 17. Within class 17, we have entries 1346 from Houston Ferry, 1347 from Keegan Mather, 1349 from Cambria Cook, 1351 from Camden Utchurch, 1352 from Lila Sims, 1354 from Houston Ferry, and 1356 comes from Kaylee Langford. Those are your entries that make up Class 17. While our judge continues to evaluate those exhibitors that are in the ring, will result coming in from Class 16. 10th place was 1343 from Adley Block. 9th place, 1345 from Michael Voloshin. 8th place, 1340 from Xander Sunsback. 7th place, 1342 from Scarlett Carney. 6th, 1336 from Allie Sorensen. 5th, 1331 from Kelly Gaffney. 4th place, 1332, Claire Mernon. 3rd place, 1333, Lane Toledo. 2nd, 1334 from Hayden Hoffman. And your class winner was 1338 from Hannah Harrison. Results for Class 17 within the Angus Show. 7th place, 1351 from Camden Upchurch. 6th place, 1352 from Lila Sims. 5th place, 1347 from Keegan Mather. 4th, 1346 from Houston Ferry. 3rd place, 1349, Cambria Cook. 2nd, 1354 from Houston Ferry. And your class winner, 1356 from Kaylee Langford. Moving about in your Angus show ring is now class number 18. Class 18 has 2 entries, 1359 from Reese McKenzie Anderson, and 1362 comes from J.C. Sumter. Over in your Shorthorn show ring, we now have our division being selected. This is our junior heifer calf division. We have coming back from classes 9 and 8 for our judge to select your champion and reserve champion junior heifers.
As we prepare to select this division champion, again, I'm very pleased with the class winners and the respectable seconds that we have out here in front of us. I think they're cattle that have got some added look and some dimension and some power. Certainly have some mobility to get out around the ring. I won't belabor the fact the young lady's red heifer just has the extra wow factor, the extra bells and whistles in terms of being really, really long fronted and just very, very eye appealing, yet maintaining her balance very, very well. Gets out and travels very free and easy and has the added advantage in terms of circumference of bone. She'll be our class win or our division winner. And I think the young lady's heifer, the little girl on the other side, worth noting. That's a nice heifer over there, and not to take anything away from the seconds, because you know how difficult that final class was between first and second. But I think we've got to keep these pair of class winners together to be our division champion in reserve. So let's give them a round of applause, if you would, please.
Your champion junior heifer calf was 55.72 from Cooper Hedrick, the reserve being from 55.65 from Mercedes Ferry. Now making their way into your Shorthorn show ring is class number 12. These will be winter heifer calves. In this class 12, we'll have entries 55.84 from Bailey Ford of Thorntown, Indiana, 55.85 from Brigham DeBoard of Bardwell, Texas, 55.86 from Cole Bruss of Walbach, Nebraska, 55.87 comes from Cooper Wise of Maroa, Illinois. Those will be the entries that make up class number 12. Results for Class 18 in the Angus. Second place, 1362 from J.C. Sumter. Your class winner was 1359 from Reese Anderson. At this time, within your Angus show, we will work to clean up our ring, and we'll now bring back all of our class winners from classes 15, 16, 17, and 18, and our judge will select your champion junior yearling females.
A lot of give and take over here in this particular class of heifers, and I'm going to stick true to what I'm looking for. And the young man's heifer, the light roan heifer, I think is more flexible in her skeleton. I prefer her shoulder structure and her front leg structure over the heifer in second. I'll be the first to admit there needs to be a little bit more of this heifer. She doesn't quite have quite as much power and mass as she should have, but when you get behind her, I think she's bolder in the center portion of her rib from behind than the young lady's heifer in second. But I do prefer the added looseness of skeleton and flexibility that we find in the young man's class winner. Power and mass, you know, if you want to flip these heifers around, that's your prerogative for certain, but the power heifer is in second. Big, rugged kind of a made heifer, maybe a little plainer to me in terms of her skull, but as she stands out here, she wants to push herself a little bit in terms of her shoulder, maybe becomes a little more upright there, and therefore that she goes into second spot for me here today. Young man's heifer here in third, a combination kind of a female of those two in front of her, just doesn't have the extra look that we're looking for, particularly in the front 1/3 of her body. But she balances up very well. As you get her on the go, she can get out and move and track free, and easy enough for me. She just logically falls there into third. Young lady's heifer, the light roan, rounding out the class. Again, a nice kind of a female in terms of balance and structure and build. Just a little bit plainer in this particular setting, but a challenging class. Pick and choose which ones you would prefer in that particular class. That's kind of how I looked at it. Over here on this side, just a single entry, but Chris said the heat got turned up over there too. It's the same way over here. Here's a really functional female, just very maternal in her build. Love the balance that she has. Very athletic on the go. You got to really appreciate this heifer from the tip of her nose to the tip of her tail. There's a lot of good in this particular female. Unfortunately, we don't have any competition for her, but just again, a very high quality female, and very deserving to win this particular drive.
Some results coming in from your Shorthorn show, Class 13, first place, and your champion senior heifer, that was 5588 from Kyson, Ghana. We'll now move on to class number 16 within our Shorthorn show. We'll have summer yearling females. We'll have a single entry in the class, 5592 from Brigham DeBoard. Over within your Angus show, we have just crowned our champion junior yearling females. Champion was 1356 from Kaylee Langford. The reserve junior yearling female was 1338 from Hannah Harrison. In the ring at this time now is going to be our class winners for our bred and owned categories.
For this division here, I think we got three very deserving individuals to be out here. The class winners are pretty similar, in my opinion, in terms of their design, in terms of their skeletal makeup and build, if you will. The subtle difference is young man's red heifer just overpowers in terms of rib and body mass. Really love the balance and the depth of body, the depth of flank that one has. I think she's very adequate in terms of her bone. Gets around and moves very nicely, in my opinion. She'll be your champion. The young man's class winner out of that first class, the light roan, will be reserved. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Results in your Shorthorn show, your champion senior heifer calf was just championed. That was 5588 from Kyson, Ghana. And the reserve champion being 5585 from Brigham DeBoard. Now we will bring up class 16. These will be the summer yearling females of a single entry that'll make up class 16. That'll be 5592 from Brigham DeBoard.
Single entry here, young man brings a nice balance, kind of a female, a little more compact in her makeup, if you will, shorter back, but she's got a lot to her. She's got a lot of shape down her top. Really appreciate the attractiveness on the profile that this one is. Just a shame, young man, you don't have some competition because she could stand it. Congratulations.
Within your Angus show ring, we now have all of our divisions winners returning back for our judge to select your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Junior Angus females. From your first division of Summer Heifer Calves, 1128 from Lisa Scott. The reserve being 1123 from Callie Flood. From your second division of Junior Heifer Calves, that is the Division 1, champion being 1167 from J.C. Sumter. The reserve being 1139 from Brenna Leanne Bartlow. From your third division of Junior Heifer Calves for the Division 2 in the program, that is champion 1223 from Mercedes Ferry. The reserve being 1195 from Cambria Cook. From your fourth division, your champion senior heifer calf is 1270 from Cambria Cook. The reserve being 1251 from Adeline Blankenship. From your fifth division of intermediate heifers, your champion 1287 from Caden Nowatsky. The reserve being 1307 from Hayden Hahn. From your sixth division, your champion junior yearling female 1356 from Kaylee Langford. The reserve being 1338 from Hannah Harrison. And from your seventh and final division of senior yearling females, that's going to be 1365 from Chloe Boitnott. Those are your division winners for your judge to now select your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Junior Angus female. Also, Angus breeders and exhibitors, you are invited to attend the Angus Social at 3 p.m. following the Foundation Female Social. The fellowship will take place on the 4th floor in the brand new Legacy Building. They hope to see you there. Your grand champion junior Angus female comes from your junior yearling female division. That is 1356 from Kaylee Langford. Your reserve grand champion junior Angus female also comes from that 6th division. That is your reserve junior yearling female, 1338 from Hannah Harrison. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Over here, continuing on in the Shorthorn show, we've got a nice class of older females here. Young man's heifer here, I think, is the combination of the 3 heifers on the top end of this particular class. She's the longest spined heifer. She's the longest fronted heifer in this particular trio, and yet she has some breed character, and certainly she has some balance and symmetry about her. You put her in motion, and she goes out good enough. I think the thing that is a deciding factor to me is just she's so robust in her rib with that extra length of spine that she has, and yet she still maintains her balance. And I like that heifer quite well. That's a really close placing. Don't let me fool you in any stretch of the imagination, because the young lady does an extremely nice job sticking this particular female. And she's flat-shouldered, got a lot of balance and symmetry to her. I just don't think there's quite the length that we find in that particular female versus the class winner. Maybe just being ever so critical of a really nice female. Just like to maybe see her move just a skosh better off the front end there with a little more coordination. But that's being very, very, very critical on a nice heifer there. It's in 2nd. The young man's red heifer that ends up in 3rd, again, a high quality kind of a female, maybe pushing a little bit more up through the front 1/3 of her body in terms of balance as we compare to the heifers just ahead of her. But again, she logically, for me, fits right there in 3rd in terms of the depth of body, in terms of her structural integrity. Then we get into a couple heifers here. A young man's spotted heifer here. Again, a nice fronted kind of a female. Just doesn't have the balance that we find to move her up any higher. She becomes a little bit shallower in her twist and in her muscle down through her hip and hind quarter, but a nice heifer to go there in 3rd. The young man's white heifer here that's going to come in next. Here's a heifer to me that's a little bit more old school, maybe a little bit more terminal, if you will, in terms of her head characteristics, in terms of her build, but a big bone, big back kind of a female there to go next. Young man's heifer coming out next just lacks some structural integrity in terms of her spine, but specifically when you ask her to go in motion. She becomes a little plainer in the front 1/3 of her body, rounds off a little bit in her hip, but again, a nice class of heifers there, two real nice heifers at the top.
Results coming in for Class 17 on your Shorthorn show. 6th place was 55.93 from Brock Ruby. 5th place, 55.94 from Kyle Rule. 4th place, 55.95 from Caber Johnson. 3rd place was 55.97 from Brigham DeBoard. 2nd place, 55.98 comes from Josie Turner. And your class winner was 55.96 from Colton Greenhorn. At this time within our Shorthorn show, we will bring back our class winners from 16 and 17. Our judge will now select your champion and reserve champion intermediate females. Over in your Angus show ring, we are now trying to crown your grand and reserve grand champion bred and owned junior Angus females. And your grand champion bred and owned Angus female comes from your 6th division. That is going to be the champion junior yearling female 1354 from Houston Ferry. Your reserve grand champion bred and owned junior Angus female also comes out of that 6th division. That is your reserve junior yearling female 1338 from Hannah Harrison.
We get into this division here. 3 really nice females that come back out here before us. To me, I prefer to use the 2 out of the latter class. I think that was a very, very tough decision on 2 light roan heifers, and I think they're very, very maternal. Both of them move well, so I think those 2 females need to stick together. They'll be your champion in reserves.
I want to make a correction for our bred and owned Angus exhibitors. Our reserve grand champion bred and owned was actually 1318 from Fallon and Gunnar Gore. As far as our Angus show is concerned, that does conclude the activities that are going to be taking place here in the ring. Our Angus breeders and exhibitors will be meeting at 3 p.m. following the Foundation Female Social. Fellowship will be taking place on the 4th floor of the new Legacy Building, so they hope to see you there. So Angus breeders and exhibitors, 3 p.m., Legacy Building. While our stock show staff does a great job cleaning up our ring, we'll go ahead and announce our results from that last division. Your champion intermediate female was 55.96 from Colton Greenhorn, the reserve being 55.98 from Josie Turner. Now that our show ring has been cleaned up, we will move on to class number 20 within our Shorthorn show. Class 20 will be our early spring yearling females. Within this class, we will have 4 entries. 55.99 comes from Julia Lyons of New Auburn, Wisconsin. 56.01 will come from J.C. Stutzman of Milford, Nebraska. 56.02 will come from Brock Studer of Creston, Iowa. And 56.04 will round out our class from Braden Tabor.
Really nice class of females here. Some give and take as we move through, which that's the way it's supposed to be, I guess. But we're going to use the young man's white heifer to lead off this class, and a big-footed, sound, big bone kind of a female, really rugged in her design. Love the extra power that this one has in the body. I don't know, maybe it's her head, but to me, I'd like to make her a little more ladylike up through, and maybe that's just me, but I really like this female quite a bit in terms of her balance, in terms of her structure. You get behind her, and there's quite a bit to her. I think it becomes close between our second and third place heifers. The young lady's heifer that's going to be second is the longer bodied of the two females. Little leaner in her neck and up in through the front 1/3 of her body, and I really prefer that. But I think where we separate those two and the rubber meets the road is on the move. The young lady's dark roan heifer, even though she does break in her top when you put her in motion, she still maintains structural integrity down at the ground and at her hock. And therefore she slides into second. Young man, you've got a nice female there in third, going to make a really nice cow, high productive kind of a female, probably an easy fleshing kind of a female that you don't have to feed very much at all. And I realize these things are getting heavier bred, but when you put her in motion and get behind her, she wants to get outside of her skeleton ever so slightly, and that's the deciding factor for me. Rounding out the class here with the white female, just not quite enough power and dimension and in this particular heifer to move her up any higher in the class.
Results for Class 20. Fourth place, 55.99 from Julia Lyons. Third place, 56.02 from Brock Studer. Second place, 56.01. That comes from J.C. Stutzman. That's also your reserve champion early spring female. And your class winner and your champion early spring female was 56.04 from Braden Tabor. We'll now move on to Class 23. These will be junior yearling females. We'll have a single entry in this class. This is 56.08 from Landry Will of Anita, Iowa. This is the only entry in the class and the only class in the division. Therefore, first place within Class 23 will become your champion junior female.
Just a single division winner here. And I tell you what, hats off to the folks that's been managing this particular senior yearling to have one that looks that fresh and that heavy in calf, but still maintain that hair coat that she has. Again, hats off. But to the female, I think it's a nice female. She's very moderate in terms of her length of spine, which gives her the advantage of holding herself together, if you will, as she becomes heavier in calf. But there's a lot to this heifer. You get behind her hips square, she moves free and easy, a real nice kind of a female. I do think that she's got a nice in her udder development. I'm a little concerned about the teat length of her front ones, but again, a nice heifer here. I promise you this thing could stand a little bit more competition here at the National Western.
Results for Class 23, first place and your champion junior female, that is entry 56.08 from Landry Will. At this time, we'll now bring up Class 26. Class 26 will be 3 4-year-old cow-calf pairs. We have a single entry that makes up this class. It's 56.11 coming from CB Shorthorns LLC of Eagle, Idaho. This is the only entry in the class, the only class in the division, so therefore first place within Class 26 will be your champion cow-calf pair.
Nice pair here, and obviously this 4-year-old cow's doing a nice job raising this calf. A lot of length, the spine in this cow, and certainly she's doing exactly what we want her to do. She's raising a big old strapping calf that's putting pounds on and just doing a nice job. It'd be nice if we did have some more competition. I'd like to maybe spread her teats, her hind teats out a little bit, but that'd be pretty picking on one that obviously has produced enough milk to raise a big strapper like this. Congratulations.
Results for Class 26. First place in your champion cow-calf pair was entry 5611 from ZB Shorthorns, LLC. At this time, now we will bring back all of our division winners. Our judge, Mr. Scott Trenopole, will select your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Shorthorn females. While we work to bring all our division winners in, we'll highlight our judge. Like we said, his name's Scott Trenopole. He's co-owner of Trenopole Farms based in Middletown, Indiana. He resides there with his wife, Judy. The operation's diverse grain operation is focused on growing corn and soybeans while producing hay and straw to offer on the open market. The operation's beef cattle side concentrates on raising Simmental and some Angus cattle. His family runs a 250-head cow-calf operation producing cattle that will perform in both the commercial and purebred sectors. Scott has been promoting the cattle industry since the early 1980s and presently serves on the American Simmental Association Board of Trustees as chairman-elect. Scott and his wife, Judy, have two daughters, Adriana and Claire, who experienced very successful junior careers. Both daughters, along with Claire's husband, Jesse Hoblin, and daughter, Creeley, continue to be actively involved in marketing Trenopole Farms cattle. Scott graduated from the Purdue University with a degree in agronomy, but during his time there, he was a member of the Purdue University's livestock judging team. He has the privilege of judging Cattlemen's Congress, Fort Worth Stock Show and Rodeo, and several state fairs. Today, Scott is extremely humbled to be evaluating a breed that was influential in getting him started at the Super Bowl of all cattle shows, the historic National Western. We appreciate Scott taking the time to evaluate our Shorthorns today. Your champions that are in the ring for your division selection of Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Shorthorn females from your first division. Your champions, 55-39 from Annalyn Beach. The reserve being 55-34 from Brigham DeBoer. From your second division, your champions of your spring heifers, 55-40 from Brock Studer. The reserve being 55-43 from Charlie Freeman. From your third division of junior heifer calves, your champion, 55-65 from Mercedes Ferry. The reserve being 55-72 from Cooper Hetrick. From your fourth division, your senior heifer calves, champion, 55-88 from Kyson Ghana. The reserve being 55-85 from Brigham DeBoer. From your fifth division of intermediate females, your champion, 55-96 from Colton Greenhorn. The reserve being 55-98 from Josie Turner. From your sixth division, your champion early spring female, 56-04 from Braden Tabor. The reserve being 56-01 from J.C. Stutzman. From your seventh division of junior females, champion 56-08 from Landry Will. And from your eighth and final division of cow-calf pairs, your champion 56-11 from CB Shorthorns, LLC. Those are your division winners. For your judge, Scott Trenopole, to select your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Shorthorn females.
I alluded earlier in the day, one, that I had a lot of history in the Shorthorn breed, and two, that I become very emotional, okay? I wear my heart on my shoulder. And I don't take this job lightly because I understand the severity of it. I understand the importance of it. I understand where we're at. Denver, Colorado. How do you get to a better place? I understand the struggles during the COVID years with the National Western. You take that all and remove all that. Chris Cassidy alluded to it, this was the Super Bowl. Back in my day, it was the Super Bowl. I think it still is. There's a lot of history here, and everything is changing. Technology changes. We get older. We don't embrace change, but we understand the importance. And so I'm very humbled to be asked to come and do a show, and I'm going to be a little bit long-winded, so please bear with me, but to do a show in Denver, Colorado, in this beautiful new facility. Hats off to the founders. Hats off to the board of directors for the National Western Foundation, because I know some of those guys, and I know the hours and the time and the effort that they put in to make this all possible, to educate youth. So if you go up on the hill, and it is about educating youth, and that's their mission, and they're very true to it. The cattle out here, I'm very comfortable with. We didn't have the numbers, but the quality is right here in front of us from what we had. A few little differences here or there. And again, when I was asked to sort this show, I knew the challenges in terms of the cattle would be good, and I had one job to do, and that was to give you my opinion, my humble opinion. I might not place them the way you see it, but that's what makes this all worthwhile. And I'm going to take you back memory lane for a second. When I left the house this morning, memories pop up on your Facebook, or not Facebook, but Snapchat for me. And in 2018, up on the hill, my youngest daughter had reserved shorthorn heifer here. That was a big deal. 2 years prior to that, my oldest daughter had champion female. Someday, I hope that little girl that was throwing Cheerios to me, she'll have a shorthorn heifer, I promise you. But the reason I tell you that is not about me. It's about the memories. It's about the people that you touch. And it's what you feel in your heart. Those wins, as meaningful as they were to us, they're fleeting. The joy of winning a cow show lasts for a little bit of time. We're called to a different mission. We're called to a mission to serve a risen Savior. If you don't want something that's fleeting, I beg you, find a relationship with God. Because we have to be the change, and we have to be those fishermen of men. With that, it really has been a tremendous honor of mine to sit here before you and give you my humble opinion. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause. Thanks for a great show.
Your grand champion Shorthorn female comes from your 3rd division. That is your champion junior heifer, 5565 from Mercedes Ferry. Your reserve grand champion Shorthorn female comes from your 4th division. That is your champion senior heifer, 5588 from Kyson, Ghana. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors here for today. That does conclude all of our activities here in the brand new CoBank Arena here at the Sue Anschutz Rogers Livestock Event Center. Congratulations once again to all of our Shorthorn exhibitors. We will be back tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock, right here